It wasn't Mesa.
Over Cafe. What was that?
Oh, hamburger.
No, it was a pizza place there.
Oh, yeah,
like
I
a giant pizza. I was there.
wasn't there when
I was an
there.
RA in the dorm.
So Bluebird was the whole building when I was there.
Changed.
Yeah, they bought them out. There's a
Paul
Mexican-
Revere. Paul Revere's pizza. It's not there anywhere.
Oh, she's
good
I
stuff.
think she was saying that she was going to try to make it.
Yeah, Paul Revere's. That's what it was called. Oh, with
Oh, that's
ribbons.
coming. Yeah, it's a maybe.
Sorry, it's gone.
Doesn't exist. Well, they gave away their pizza, so no wonder they don't. Oh, I gotta get back. I need to get this password.
How could I think it's the same?
I'm not getting. Oh, it's because it's.
Yeah, it's on this yard. Person had one of those little signs that maybe mentioned this, but it's just like wild grass is growing. Like, my dad's like an excuse to not mow your lawn. Maybe. Looks like you're right in. Yeah. Okay. How much do you feel like?
That's fun seeing you guys.
All right. 7 o'clock. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Kelly, would you call the roll?
Michael DeVito.
Here.
Christian Koppel.
Here.
Beth Marie Evans. Alex Grados.
Here.
Cole Regnery.
Here.
Heather Tomlinson. Alan Zantu.
Present.
The quorum is present.
As a reminder, our board governs by policy aligned with state law. These policies are not just guidelines, they are legal and ethical obligations that ensure transparency, accountability, and consistent leadership. When policies no longer meet the district's needs, it's our responsibility to amend them within the bounds of the law to better serve our community. The board acts only as a whole in a duly convened public meeting with a quorum present. Outside of this structure, no individual member has authority. Adherence to policy protects the district from risk and ensures that all decisions are fair, lawful, and aligned with our strategic goals. Our mission is to empower all learners to succeed in their world, and our vision is to provide an ideal learning experience where students and staff are engaged and want to come back the next day. Our board policies and actions should reflect that mission and vision. Good evening. Welcome to the regular meeting of the Sycamore Community Unit School District 427 Board of Education. Guided by Board Policy 2230 and the Illinois Open Meetings Act, this is a business meeting that's held in public. The 7 of us seated here are your neighbors. We're volunteers entrusted by you to care for your schools. We're truly grateful you've chosen to spend a portion of your evening with us. To balance participation with the board's agenda, we've reserved up to 30 minutes for public comment. Each speaker is kindly asked to limit remarks to 3 minutes. Unused time may not be transferred to another person. Any extension requires a majority vote of the board. When you are recognized, please approach the podium, state your name, share your thoughts. The board will listen without debate this evening. Questions or concerns, when called for, will be routed through the appropriate administrative channels for follow-up consistent with our chain of command procedures. If you'd like to speak, please raise your hand and wait to be called. Thank you for lending your voice and helping us model effective self-government for our students. Thank you. Would you please state your name?
Sure. Dan Lichtart, 628 Park Avenue in Sycamore.
Thank you, Dan. Hang on one second. Just hopefully it's helpful.
All right. Good evening. My wife and I have been proud residents of the Sycamore community for over 15 years. I've graduated one daughter through this school system and currently have one attending another in high school. In the past, we've been pretty hands-off when it comes to local school politics. However, the actions of the current elected board has brought me here tonight to have our voices heard on behalf of ourselves, every taxpayer, parent, citizen, and who is directly or indirectly affected by its recent decisions. When we look back at our former superintendent's record, we should all commend him on the massive task he undertook, moving his family across the state while kids were in the midst of elementary and high school, leading our district through a pandemic while handcuffed by overreaching state regulations, a teacher's contract negotiation soon thereafter that polarized our community and came to a resolution without a strike, and sadly losing a school board president that was a fixture in our community and led for so long with a steady personality and everyone's best interests in mind. A superintendent and his family being engaged in the community and was part of many boards visible at many community fundraisers and outreach events that are above and beyond the normal job requirement. A superintendent who is regularly seen at every school district in and even during driving a school bus while there was a shortage. After doing all these things and receiving a nearly perfect score on his performance review and salary increase, you would think he would have been recommended to have his contract renewed and extended and be able to finish his teaching career off at a district he so proudly held. But how we are all mistaken. In a special board meeting called on the first Friday in August, while many families are away trying to get their last bit of summer vacation and activities in, our school board unanimously decided that we no longer need to have Mr. Wilder actively involved with our school district and will gladly compensate him to stay away until March of next year. When questions are asked about the decision, the school board leadership offers the same canned responses that appear to be generated by ChatGPT or AI. While the school board and its leadership are unable to comment on this matter, we are. The Open Meeting Act regulations were followed at the special meeting. However, the secrecy and the separation, the way it was handled, the lack of communication about this meeting, and the unanimous decision the school board came to shows me that this board wants to say they are open and transparent with their business, wants to be all-inclusive with their special subcommittees they have formed, and engage on social media what a great job they're doing and how everyone can access the school documents and calendars. But to me, it shows just how self-serving, backhanded, and closed-door politics they are truly undertaking and feel they don't need any leadership to dissent from their views, how they conduct their business, and their future agendas. What activities does the school board have coming up they don't want Mr. Wilder to be involved in? The biggest and most apparent one is the upcoming negotiations for the next teacher's contract. The actions of this board clearly show me they want to do business. If you don't agree with the direction you're handling it, they will gladly pay you to sit at home and without having business done with you. You should all be embarrassed by your recent actions, and you need to realize the only way we grow is by having healthy debates, dialogue, and communication when we disagree, and finding ways we can compromise together.
I'd move to extend his time.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Appreciate it.
Go ahead. I'll put another 3 minutes on.
The most concerning thing I have about the current bill board.
All right, hang on, Dan, 1 second. Apologies. Fumbling over here. All right, go ahead.
The most concerning thing I have about the current board is their inability to separate a school business from their personal lives. We have seen promotions being voted on by members of the board for staff they directly have a conflict of interest with. And while having a personal relationship with board members and teacher union leadership is not prohibited, making personnel choices and more importantly, negotiating a contract behind closed doors with your close friends without the full-time superintendent is wrong, completely unethical, and is the groundwork the board has laid for its recent actions. If we're going to continue to conduct business this way and how it's being handled recently, we are no better than the political theater we have all come to bemoan in our state, country, and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dan. Appreciate you. Let's see if I can get this to work right. Cancel. There it is. Thank you. Okay. It's killing me. I know, seriously. My 2-year-old is here. You can figure it out. Is it? Yes. Hi.
Hi, Lisa Smith, 1364 Axel Lane, Sycamore.
Thank you.
I spoke last week. Many of you probably heard me. I want to talk again now that the newspapers came out. If you read the comments on the paper, you'll see that people are outraged by the fact that the staff at the high school had a hand in how this guy got off completely. Really, he really got off completely. Going counseling is nothing. Anyway, I want to go back over, I want to revisit what happened after the police investigation opened and he got into the building after the police investigation opened. The police investigation opened on February 11th. He was in the building February 12th. It was 12:47 when I got a message from my daughter saying it's scary that an alleged sexual assaulter is allowed here. All the kids were messaging. I can pinpoint the times. He was there about 15 minutes. I especially want you to hear this right from my mouth. My daughter went to the administrative office and was told he wasn't in the building. I called and I was told he wasn't in the building. The whole time he was in the building and he was cornering some students. So I called a second time and yelled, and then all of a sudden he was in the building. Police were never called. I know this because the day after this incident, my daughter was interviewed by police and the detective was mad that police were not called. Usually a person in Mr. Jamrock's situation is told to stay away from victims. I talked to a police friend of mine, that's standard. And I asked him, is it possible that if the police had been called, that he would have had extra charges or something? And he said, it's possible. It's possible. We don't know. In my mind, the students were victimized 3 times by Jamrock, by the admins doing nothing about him being in the building, and by the plea deal. Many of them were very upset. One of them contacted me today and thanked me for speaking out, and I'm gonna read, which I think I left my phone. Anyway, she said something to the effect of, I'm really glad you spoke out because nobody at the school cares. This is the high school. This is how the kids are feeling. I'd like to see some kind of policy come out. He should not have had his key once the police investigation started. He should not have been allowed in the building. And one other thing I just wanted to mention, I disagree. I really do think that you all have our best interests at heart. I do not see anything shady about this board, but these kinds of things, the one thing is, Mr. DeVito, you did send me an email where you said a more effective path than public comment may come from board discussion, which I read as kind of discouraging me from coming to the meeting last week. And the paper did not even know that Jamrock was sentenced. So I don't think any of this would have come out if I didn't come to the meeting. And that really, really bothers me. That's it. I'll keep it to my 3 minutes this week.
Thank you very much. Would anyone else like to address the board at this time? Would you state your name and step up to the podium?
Michael Rexford, 1810 Mass Court. I just wanted to come back. Just want to talk about the extra points about the bus. I'm just here with some of the parents, and I just wanted to remind everyone about the factories with the truck traffic that's increasing on Park and Borden, and there's no cameras, and the firehouse construction and the open water with the walking paths. And I just think that we should be qualified for the bus, and then I think the hazard point should be rewarded for us, okay? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you taking the time. Is there anyone else from the audience who'd like to address the board? Yes? Would you state your name and come to the podium?
Sarah Rexford, 1810 Manus Court. I'm just also here to request those judgment points for our bus route to be reinstated. Just to reiterate, the only route to our school is through factory traffic along with busy highways. There's no backup cameras on any of these semis that are backing up into these loading docks. So it's pretty unrealistic for expectations for kids as young as 5 to maneuver around these vehicles parked and loading into these docks. Just saying that also from our neighborhood, a child has already been struck. He was going to school and he was hit by a vehicle. So I feel like that's pretty much a red flag, like that should be continuing bus traffic for that because of those factors. Also, removing this bus route will only increase vehicle, foot, and bike traffic. And for a parent that gets multiple emails during a school year of issues about pickup and drop-off line and how chaotic it is, it's only gonna get worse. As of now, with our petition, there is 256 people in our community that care about this issue and do not agree with the removal of this particular bus route. Lastly, there's also I don't want to be too dramatic, but there are unused parking lots out there that are not monitored by any sort of device. I've had a friend that had an issue with someone that was sitting in that parking lot doing things that they should not be doing. Like every community has said it before, it won't happen here until it does. So this is something that we should really look into. And then the bus option is a necessity for working families. We both work. We do not have a job that has working hours that coincide with school hours. There's no way for us to just buzz over there and get it. We do have to work and pay our taxes and whatnot. So we're just reiterating that we really would like to add those judgment points for the bus hazard process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Would anyone else like to address the board?
Sorry, I lost my voice yesterday. I'm going to try.
Please state your name.
Eric Jones. Good evening. I'm here tonight not just to express disappointment with the board's separation with Superintendent Steve Wilder, but to express a deep concern about the process that led to his departure and the lack of respect shown in its handling. Steve arrived during an unprecedented time, July 2020, inheriting a district reeling from COVID-19 and facing immense challenges. He didn't just manage those challenges, he embraced them, demonstrating a level of dedication few leaders possess. The public likely remembers witnessing him driving school buses to ensure students got where they needed to be, substituting when teachers were out, and consistently putting the needs of our children first. That kind of commitment deserves more than a quiet exit. Let's not shy away from acknowledging the context surrounding Steve's departure. The board that hired him brought with it a combined 64 years of Board of Education experience, individuals who understood the complexities of leading a school district and valued stability and continuity. A hiring process that included at least a dozen candidates, multiple rounds of interviews, and a due diligence trip to his home community to interview staff, board and community members, conducted by 2 of our own board members, including this one. It took less than 4 months for a board with no more than 10 years of collective experience to undo that and put our district on a questionable and peril-laden path. Steve inherited an aging administration, navigated contentious contract negotiations while balancing taxpayer concerns, and tackled difficult issues like redistricting and replacing our outdated administrative building, all while rebuilding a new leadership team from within the district itself, promoting talented staff members to positions of responsibility. He built an exceptional team, demonstrating his commitment to fostering talent and ensuring a strong future for our schools. And yet he has departed without the customary recognition or farewell that someone who dedicated so much to this community deserves. This isn't just about Steve, it's about setting a precedent. It sends a message to current staff and potential future leaders that dedication and hard work are not valued here. It goes directly against the board's goal being agreed upon tonight, specifically cultivating a measurable positive district climate that attracts, supports, and retains top talent with collaboration across the district. I understand change is inevitable, but the manner in which Steve was treated speaks volumes about the priorities of this board. It's time to ask ourselves some difficult questions. Are we prioritizing experience and stability? Are we valuing those who dedicate themselves to serving our students? And are we creating an environment where exceptional leaders feel supported and appreciated? Steve Wilder deserved better, and frankly, so does this community. Let's learn from the situation and ensure that future changes are handled with the dignity and respect they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Would anyone else from the audience like to address the board at this time? All right, we'll move on to the next item on the agenda. Just want to add to thank you everyone for coming to speak at public comment. I understand how stressful public speaking can be, especially addressing a group of people in a large audience, and it takes a lot of courage and bravery, and I commend you for that. So to everyone who spoke tonight, thank you. First day of school update. Nick, the floor is yours.
The slide is off. I think we're missing that one, but I feel like July 4th hits and the anticipation begins. Teachers can probably attest to that. There's this build up to this point and to next week that it's excitement, it's stress, sometimes overwhelming, but it just builds and builds. And we've started to kick off events that lead to that day. But there's been work going on all summer with teachers, and I had to make a list because there's so much. So throughout the summer, teachers have been taking part in the optional math PD at night. Lisa Winters has been hosting night events that teachers have chosen to be a part of. There's been essential standard work going on, teachers on their own time. Coaches have supported training for the pilots that are coming up. This building's been full the last few days of teachers that are opting in to do things. Last night was kind of the first event with students, so if you got a chance to be a back to school night, great event that showcases our community partnerships, just people wanting to be out there supporting our students that aren't directly involved with the school district. It was awesome seeing families. So with everything else going on, our students don't necessarily know what's going on. They are excited to come to school, and there's excitement there. Today we had all our administrators in the building for CPI training to know how to intervene when students are escalating. Tomorrow we welcome 18 new educators that are excited to start a new job. First thing in the morning tomorrow. Monday we have staff back in the building. They're at their own buildings working with principals, having staff meetings, doing PD, getting ready for the school year. Tuesday is our all staff day where we welcome everybody in one spot where we're gonna have opening remarks, celebrate things that staff have done over the summer, but then provide a lot of PD as well. A full day of PD for elementary teachers with the math adoption, a lot of AI. There's been a lot of talk around artificial intelligence. Some of our other teachers are going to be doing a lot of AI work. And then our paras and our CESA group are going to be taking part in CPI training, again, to help our students when they're most in need. Tuesday night is backpack night, right? Students are dropping off materials, meeting teachers for the first time. There's excitement there. And then Thursday's the day that all this anticipation builds up to students coming back into the building. So lots of excitement, lots going on. Kind of just spinning as it all is coming because we're running every which direction, but it's all exciting. And then as soon as that hits, it's December before we know it. So lots of build up, but there's a lot of exciting things coming up with new staff, with staff coming back, and then ultimately students on Thursday. So we're excited.
Thank you, Nick. Appreciate it. I got a lot of really good feedback too on the back to school night. It was pretty wild. Like, I don't know if you guys had a chance to go to it, but it was, you probably saw the pictures. Oh my gosh. Like, the turnout was wild. So big kudos to the team who put that together.
Shout out to comms. That's Jen Eiffel and Lauren Holtz and their team, and a lot of others, but they take the lead.
I saw a picture. It was like everybody was involved. It was just like a huge. I mean, it was a big undertaking. I know they were talking about like, oh, is it going to rain? Is it not? So anyway, that was awesome. Thank you. Board reports. Just standing items. There may be something to report, maybe not, but I'll just leave the floor open. We'll go down the list. Teaching and learning, learning and teaching for that matter.
Yeah, we had a good first meeting with our full committee. They were seated on July 8th. We had a real nice presentation from Mike Rice, really going through the pilot process, both from the math, looking backwards last year, Bridges, and looking forward in ELA, as well as how professional development works, and then quite a bit of focus on academic achievement, metrics and measurement processes. So it was a really good introduction, I think, for the committee as a whole. Looking forward to our next meeting, September 18th. We're going to do a deeper dive into the annual academic achievements scores and kind of how that trends this past year and prior years to get a better understanding there, and then get a better understanding of the pilot programs, where we're going, how we're measuring them, what we're hoping the outcomes are going to be, and then obviously all the professional development related to math, Bridges that Nick spoke to. So it should be a really good meeting. Hope you can all make it if you can. Should be a good discussion.
Cool. Thanks. Business services.
I do have an update. I apologize if it's a little long form with so many people here. I really wanted to give everybody an update on what we've been working on. So I'll give you a brief history. The Business Services Committee is relatively brand new. It's had 3 total meetings. The first meeting was on May 10th. It had a very full plate on May 10th because on April 22nd was a board meeting at which what we call the tentative budget was first displayed. So we're actually going to we're going to vote on approving the tentative budget this evening. So the very first time the board talked about that was on April 22nd. And then when the board saw that, they charged the Business Services Committee with fleshing it out with forecasting and projections, because there was some question of, well, how does this map to our 5-year needs? So that was part of the plate of the first Business Services Committee meeting on May 10th. At that meeting, there was some projections shown. They had some numbers in them that sort of raised some eyebrows and caused some alarm, but also it was tempered with the fact that all the information wasn't complete. So we didn't have all the data loaded up properly for the modeling. Nonetheless, the board saw that from the Business Services Committee and said, let's call a special meeting. We called a special meeting for May 19th, at which time the Business Services Committee was charged with making sure we dialed in these 5-year financial projections. So then the Business Services Committee worked with the administration, hand in hand, went back and forth on, what do these projections need to look like, what information needs to be in them. And we had the June 10th Business Services Committee meeting, which was its second meeting, and the first meeting which we sat the new community members. So there are 4 people on the committee, myself, Josh Huseman, Dr. Conchetta Magnacci, and Meg Kors. Those other 3 are community members. There was an application process. We read their apps. We did interviews. We sat them on June 10th, and we saw and all these meetings are, you can go back and look at all the presentations that were shown to us. They're all reflected in the packets that you can see online. On June 10th, we were shown some projections about the fund balance. And so, not to bore you, but the fund balance percentage, you can think of it as the amount of money in your checking account. And so, you don't want it to go down. Stay the same or go up is usually good. Now, sometimes it can go down a little, but then you should have a plan for it to go back up. And so we were shown some projections. It was the administration's assessment at the time, and you can correct me if I'm wrong at any point, please. It was the administration's assessment at the time that to hold the fund balance flat over 5 years, that is to keep our checking account balance flat over 5 years, we would need an increase to the surplus of about $1.3 million. Now, that was admittedly a conservative estimate in the sort of, the way you'd want to be conservative. So we traditionally overestimate expenses and slightly underestimate revenues. So there was some discussion at this meeting about clarity, like, okay, well, is this 1.3, totally off base, or could it really be 0? And it was like, well, no, it's somewhere between 0 and 1.3 probably. And we said, well, there was a lot of discussion at this meeting between the Business Services Committee, the administration who was there, as a public meeting. And, it was like, well, we don't want to do anything crazy, anything fast, anything reckless. What we need is a steady hand and smart decision-making. So we all talked about it, and we thought, what if we suspended the fund balance floor to allow us to dip below what our board policy says is the lowest fund balance you could have, but make incremental changes over 5 years, so that at the end of that, you could position yourself to be regrowing the fund balance, so that you could make small changes in a year, evaluate the next year, small changes the next year, evaluate the next year. And if you had to dip your fund balance a little bit, that would be okay, because it would be married to this 5-year plan that would then, at the end of that, allow you to begin to grow your fund balance in a responsible way for the community, limiting any impact on students, making sure that we telegraphed our intentions, and get as much buy-in as possible. That was the June 10th meeting. That was the recommendation. I mean, that wasn't the exact recommendation. I could quote it. You can look it up if you want to see it. That was the recommendation of the Business Services Committee at that time. Again, these subcommittees cannot take any action. So they can only create recommendations. They can't actually do anything. So that recommendation flowed to the whole board, where it was more or less adopted. And then the administration and the board and the Business Services Committee have been working together to create, to bring that to life. And it's my understanding that the tentative budget that we're going to discuss a little bit tonight, that was also discussed last night at the 3rd Business Services Committee meeting ever, will position us to begin a plan like that, for the next year. So I know that's a really long history, but I think that this is a good time to share that update, and I wanted to brief everybody on what we do, what we've been doing. So,
Thanks. Anything from Policy Committee?
This will meet on August 25th at 7. Right?
That's
7, that's what it says. 7 at night.
potentially, but yeah, that's what I see here. That's the
Okay.
proposed time.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's
Yep. Perfect. Anything from PTAC?
We're gonna meet on December 9th, and we have our members selected, so we should be our first meeting as a whole, to begin reviewing the handbooks.
Cool. Stuff. IASB update. I want to just say kudos to Heather and Christian, because you guys tag team this week. Some context I'll give. The Illinois Association of School Boards in November has a list of resolutions that they include for the General Assembly of school boards, basically. And so like each school board in the state sends a representative from their board to vote in this General Assembly meeting regarding potential resolutions for the IASB to advocate for at the state government level. Recommendations or like proposed resolutions from IASB either bear the do adopt recommendation from the Illinois Association of School Boards Resolutions Committee or do not adopt. Sycamore, for the first time in at least my time on the board, proposed a resolution that Heather came up with, and that resolution was advocated for on August 1st by our very own Christian Koppel to that committee of 21 members. And the result of that proposal and advocation was a do adopt from that committee, which, if voting records hold true, means that there's a very good likelihood that the General Assembly will also recommend do adopt for that resolution. The resolution was related to seatbelt regulation and I think largely unfunded mandates that come from the state, with the idea being that we'd really like to have some funding tied to them. But Heather, given it's your resolution, do you have any comments about it or anything else that you want to say?
Well, I think that now that we've got it, so the funding should be mandated, we should try to think of suggestions of where that funding is gonna come from, because passing a bill in Congress is all good and great, but if you don't have the funds allocated, then they're moot. So,
Next steps.
next steps.
Well, awesome. Well, good to see that we're on the map. So thank you both for doing that. The board as a whole approved that resolution in June. So excellent work. And the resolution is available in the board doc. So if anyone wants to see it, there's multiple pieces to it. So item 5.06, and I'm going to lean on the administration here for this update, but in consultation with the board's legal advisors, the selling of the 245 East Exchange Street public sale steps are available in this document that's in the board packet, so to speak. I'm pulling it up here. Sorry, my computer's a little slow. So if you guys had a chance to look at this, it's just like a real high-level overview, because it's funny when like attorneys send you things, you get paragraphs of things that you can't decipher it. So this is a much more abbreviated version of what that process looks like. And so the timeline outlines, one, setting a minimum price, which is optional, but we have to obtain a valuation and then adopt a resolution. And the board right now, as I understand it, is in the process of waiting for that valuation, right?
Yep, so we'll present that at the August 26th board meeting along with the resolution to publish bids.
Okay. Then we approve a bid auction notice with sale date. We publish the notice for 3 weeks. I believe it runs in the newspaper once each week. We accept bids, or apparently you can conduct an auction too. So there's some options we'll have on that. Then we can accept the highest qualifying bid, or we can reject all bids and resolve to hire a broker to sell the building. So that's a nice kind of option you have too. If we go the broker listing route, the broker will market the property. Any offer at or above the minimum may be accepted. Then there's, of course, executing the contract, due diligence, finalizing the sale. So that's the step-by-step for the 245 Exchange Street building. We're going through that process. There is some hurdle that is the antenna on the building. I know that that's something that we'll have to address, just the usage of that for radios, and I know it's on everybody's radar. So things to think about, but kind of a ... till the end of the August meeting. So that's an update there that I have for you. So any other board reports? I think we're good on that.
We're anticipating to take action on Exchange Street on the 26th.
To set a minimum,
Set the reserve.
set a minimum bid price and to publish bids.
Gotcha.
Then we'll publish for 3 weeks, and then hopefully I'll have a contract to bring you guys at the September board meeting.
And we have to do this twice just because it's the law? Because didn't we already...
We've done this 3 times, actually.
Oh, yeah, it's like, it's just we just have to.
To use a broker though, right? Isn't
Yeah.
that
The first time we didn't get any bids.
Yeah.
So then we went out to bid again. We set no minimum threshold. And we did obtain some bids then. The board chose not to accept a bid that night. And so now we're gonna set another minimum threshold, working with a realtor consultant company. And then if we don't get any more bids this time around, then we can engage with that broker, to help us sell the building.
So this is just the path to the broker, essentially, if we don't get a bid we
Yep.
like along the way.
Yep.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, and as I understand it, the bidding process too, like you have to have cash in hand. There's a lot more restrictions to purchasing a building through the bidding process than there would be if you sold it through a broker.
They can finance it.
Yeah.
Yeah, as long as, we're okay with that. It usually draws out the process.
Okay.
That would be the only downfall for that.
Then we got to figure out, and then there's hopefully the antenna thing isn't a huge hindrance. So, but there's, like I said, it'll be a decision point again. So, great. Okay, so old business. First item 6.01, approval of press issue 118 policy updates. This is going for second readings. The board has gotten this already on first reading. So the second reading, I'm going to solicit a motion to approve the press 118 policy updates as presented.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion?
I don't believe that there's any substantive changes, or if any changes at all, to the press 118 updates from the first reading. I think there were a couple for the non-press, very minor. But the only revision I recall
Medication.
was the medication
That's in
distribution.
press 118.
That is in 118. Okay. So I guess I'll give my little spiel about that now. Sorry, I thought that was part of the board policy updates. The policy committee requested that Mr. DeVito reach out to legal counsel to seek a review of our medication distribution procedures. And legal counsel took a while to get back to us. And the response was between the first reading and now. So that policy has been updated. There were no substantive changes. There were a couple minor wording tweaks, but I just want to disclose that it's not, that policy, I can't recall the number, is not exactly the same as it was.
7270.
7270 is slightly different. But the committee is still recommending to adopt.
So this is allowing students to self-carry medication, and incorporating updates on opioid antagonist and related laws. Does anybody here know what that is currently with the opioids?
As I understand it, Alex, and correct me if I'm wrong too, the revision is on, it shows it, so they have it in red highlighted text on page 96 of the 110-page press update.
Okay.
And then if you go under processes for administrating medicine to students, I think the inclusion is a student may also possess the supplies and equipment necessary to monitor and treat diabetes in accordance with the student diabetes care plan, and/or the supplies, equipment, and medication necessary to treat epilepsy in accordance with the student's seizure action plan. And so it's my understanding that that's the notable inclusion, and then the statute reference that it's related to, which is statute 105 ILCS 150 Seizure Smart School Act.
Okay. And legal's just recommending we remove the process for administrating medicine, which was a locally added section, remove it from our policy manual and insert it into an administrative procedure.
Right. Which do
So
we,
those-
and we don't have an administrative, do we
They
have?
said they gave admin one.
Okay.
In that
so
little
that's-
annotation.
Okay, good. Good stuff.
And this puts us in line with press policy then for.
Yeah.
No, I don't.
No,
believe-
the green language is press.
Some of
so-
it is, but some of it's
revision.
customized to what our legal team thought was suitable for our district.
Okay.
This has been vetted by legal, is
Okay.
what and this is what they're recommending we adopt, so the committee is recommending to adopt as well.
And the green language is the
Yeah,
press.
that makes sense.
Where the little like citation is. Any other comments? Is there, okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okey-doke, motion passes. Next item, 6.02, approval of board review policy updates, also for second reading. Let's see, the recommended action to approve the board review policy updates as presented. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Seconded. Any discussion?
This had no revisions.
Just
since
a
our
quick
first reading.
recap on this one, Alex, if you don't mind.
Just a 9-pager.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a couple of pieces in this, right?
Yes. Do you want me, what,
I mean, do you want to highlight it, or I can highlight it?
we'll highlight,
Just like, okay, so
I'm
and
not,
we've already deliberated at the first reading of this, but it's revisions to policy 460 related to purchases and approvals, revisions to policy 640 regarding curriculum development. The 460 purchases and approvals policy namely adjusts the threshold for contract approval. 640 talks about the pilot program process. Policy 445 talks about auditor recommendations and insufficient fund checks and debt recovery, which was just guidance from the auditors.
well, here, I guess.
You want to?
Sure. It was, for 445, it was, the auditors recommended we add some language for procedures on handling outstanding checks. The insufficient fund checks and delinquent debt recovery language remains constant. It is in alignment with press. However, our auditors recommended we add that outstanding check section to that policy. Because, was it GASB, was it 101? Where there was, no, was it, no?
No, this didn't have anything to do with
It had
GASB.
nothing to do with the
No,
new.
we just didn't have anything in policy regarding it, and that
Oh,
was,
okay. They
that was
just
a
wanted it.
finding of theirs, yeah.
Okay.
My personal favorite, student board member revision, so policy 240 outlines a recommendation that came from IASB for amendment to board policy to allow the inclusion of a student board member. So IASB, or Illinois Association of School Boards, outlines a really neat policy language that can be included based on revision to state statute that allows the inclusion of a member who can sit on the board as a student. A lot of other districts do it, so kind of a neat thing. It opens that door for us to be able to do that. Okay, and then there were the Press 118 review pieces, which we had talked about. And there are, I think Press 118, if I'm right in reading this, and correct me if I'm wrong, Alex, there were 30 revisions that Press put out for the 118, mostly in the Section 7 portion, but some in Section 6 and 5 and 2. So, any other discussion related to the second reading of the policy updates as presented?
Just had a comment that there's a lot here, obviously, but this is the second reading after a many hour-long meeting among many of us, and definitely us within the policy committee. There's a lot of discussion of each one of these, including with administration. So just so that it's not our first time looking at it, right? So I think I feel pretty comfortable with it personally.
Right.
It's my third.
Third time, yeah. So it was like a 4-hour meeting, I think, right?
A couple of them.
Letter by letter, felt like.
Yep.
Well, we got through. It is a big package, is what it was. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, the next item on the agenda, item 6.03, 3 hazard study approvals to send to IDOT relating to policy 4110. The recommended action is to approve the submission to IDOT applying the maximum number of judgment points to the in-question routes. Is there a motion?
I'm sorry, is it just to apply the judgment points to the Borden Park route that we?
Pull up the memo. Hang on.
There's, of the 3 locations reviewed, there's Heron Creek, Briar Drive, Park Avenue in Borden, and Freedom Circle and surrounding streets.
Is
Heron
it?
Creek already qualifies
Heron
as a
Creek.
hazard, just FYI. The only discussion that Lacey and I heard, last time was the Borden and Park crossing.
And then I looked at these and I saw that the Borden one reflected the judgment points, given that this was the intersection that there was a student struck by a bus. That was the long conversation that we had several meetings ago.
A car, not a bus.
A car, I'm sorry, thank you.
I mean,
Sorry, right, yeah, not good either way.
Okay.
But the other forms don't reflect them, so if we just approve these as written, it'll be the 2 judgment points on the intersection that was deliberated on for a long time, and then the rest will basically follow the guidance from Lacey from Transportation and Nicole.
Correct.
What is the motion that's on the table?
There is no
none.
motion.
So I would move to submit these forms as presented.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Yes, I want to be sure that we're not voting to remove this bus route.
This route's already been routed for this year. The kids
It
are already on bus
is,
routes.
okay,
Yes.
all right, okay, that's all I want to be sure, because that's something I can't vote on. I'll say that up front right now. A child was already struck, and I can't vote on the chance another child will be struck there or damaged or hurt in any way.
Will that include, the submission, will it include the memo that Alan and I, because there's a request
Yes,
for
because
from
it's
the
the
board
board's
to have
judgment.
a memo?
So the administration,
Yeah.
that wasn't our recommendation, so we would send in your memo, correct?
So would you, I guess, how would the rest of the board, so they're all aware, over the weekend, Alan and I worked on a memo for ISB in accordance with the request of admin that was in the board packet. Would anyone like to see that memo? It touched on some of the
It's in the
points.
board packet.
It is?
Yes.
Oh, okay, I couldn't.
Yep.
I couldn't find it. But
Yep.
where is it?
It's the second item under 6.03, memo for hazard studies judgment points.
It's just
that's
it's
different.
retitled.
That's a different memo, though. That's the one that.
Yeah, I did read that. I just wanted to make sure I understood. So we're just submitting, we're not voting on removing the bus route. As long as I know that, I'm good.
I just have one quick question for clarification. Regarding the Borden Avenue hazard form, under type 1, we included the judgment points regarding walking along a roadway. And then under type 3, we did not. I just wanted to make sure, like, we can only award the 2 under one of those types. Is that correct? If we're doing the judgment points. I'm getting a nod back
Yeah, I know.
from the person who I know knows the answer. So.
No, they're separate streets, so Park would get Park Avenue, the length of Park Avenue would get a street designation, and then the Park and Borden cross section, and then Borden would get its own street designation, and then the Park and Borden cross section, because they're 2 separate streets. So the type 1 is for Park Avenue, there's a type 1 for Borden, and then there's the crossing the intersection would be for both areas, because both areas have to cross.
Okay, that makes more sense. Thank you.
So would we need to award 2 judgment points for each street?
Yeah, so we did, yes, so we did that. So you basically, when you submit it to the IDOT, you're submitting it as a packet. So the judgment points will be submitted as a packet whole, as a big picture item, with the appendix that you wrote.
Well, okay, then that's good to know. That appendix, then I'd need to revise it, because I thought we were submitting them collectively for both streets, one for each.
Yes, it is,
street.
correct.
Oh,
So
it is?
Park,
Okay.
Borden, all in one packet, the intersection. Everything related to Park and Borden is submitted as a packet with your appendix that includes
Okay.
all of the streets.
So it is
Yes.
okay then? how it's
Yes,
written.
yep,
Okay,
everything is
thanks.
going together, yep. And they'll look at it collectively as a whole when they do their study.
My apologies, it is not out there.
No, you're good.
But yeah,
It is-
we
I
can
know
put
it's
it out
confusing
there
because
if
it
you'd
does
like
say
us
memo.
to.
Well, I guess, yeah, does anyone want to see it before we vote on this, or are we okay? I trust, I mean,
Do you?
Alan, can you
Alan
just
more than
summarize
anyone,
it
he
for
lived
us?
over there,
I think it's worth looking at. I mean, it's nothing that wasn't discussed at the, was it May? The May meeting, maybe? When did we have? Can we?
I think if everyone's in agreement to
Yeah.
give the judgment
Just
points,
to
I don't think you
support us, yeah.
necessarily need to.
Definitely agree. I think it might be good supplemental information.
Can I just tell you guys too, this is our first official submission of this hazard to IDOT, so what I think will happen is we will submit it. They might come back with maybe some clarifying questions, which we would then answer and present to you guys. So this is kind of a learning experience for all of us, and so I think we'll learn a lot from this particular study that we can then utilize for future. So Martha, who does them through IDOT, is very helpful. She's very logical. She's very specific. She's very clear in her direction. So if she has questions, we'll run those by you, and we'll communicate as she kind of returns things. So it will be collaborative when it happens.
Thank you. So yeah, and I think just as a supplement.
I think it's a good
yeah,
just
send it
review.
to us and then.
There shouldn't be any surprises
We
based
can
on the
just attach it
discussion.
to the board packet.
Yeah.
We'll get it up.
On that, I think
voted
we're ready to
tomorrow.
vote. Perfect. At least.
So if there's any other, do you want to wait on voting until everyone's seen that? Or
I think we're good to move forward.
Yeah.
we're good to move forward? Okay.
I have one question though. So this is just for a supplemental income for the bus route. We're not gonna take the bus route away if this
Right.
doesn't go through.
It sounds like it's currently routed for this year,
It
right?
is currently
This
run for
current
this
school
year.
year.
If IDOT does not determine a serious safety hazard per their standards, meaning they would not reimburse us through the state, then we would come back to you with that recommendation, and then you would have to decide how you would like to move forward from there.
If we were gonna just pay without reimbursement for the route.
Okay.
Well, it'll be a route this year no matter what, and then it would just be for the 26-27 school year if that decision was made.
And the importance of the judgment points is it puts it over the threshold to potentially qualify.
Or up to the threshold.
Or up to, you're right.
Depending, yes.
Right, yeah. And Lacey, just, so there's 3 routes in question.
Yes,
One qualifies from a points perspective to be submitted.
yes.
There's this other one, the Heron Creek qualifies. There's the Park and Borden, which the board has decided we want to
Yes, we
advocate
wanna-
for those
yes.
judgment points.
Yep.
And then there's the Freedom Circle that doesn't qualify for the points. We haven't yet discussed. As it's presented, no judgment points. Are any of those routes, I guess, is the Freedom Circle route affecting
Everything is
next?
consistently running as normal.
Okay.
Just because we did not have direction and we had not submitted it to IDOT, so we'll get that and then decide for next year how we want to move forward, so no one's impacted middle of the year, because that is not our desire. So,
Great, so status quo for this coming
Yep.
year and then,
Yep,
We'll
and
see.
everyone got their bus routes as normal, they have those, they'll be ready on Thursday.
thank you for that.
I guess sort of going off that, Freedom, Sandburg, and Zagreb, and I suppose Briar and Parkside were not within the 2 judgment, like those were all lower, right?
Yeah, so
They weren't even
the
close.
judgment points, if you read the language, and I think we gave out the packet to you guys at one point, the judgment points are specific to vehicular peculiar, items. So in that area, the average daily traffic count is not great. One of the things we did focus on too, specifically where Independence and Freedom Circle are, I know you can speak to this as well. Half of that area is already considered walkers. It's just a small section that are considered bussers. When the route was originally established, there were no houses out there and it was basically kind of open area with no established sidewalks. Obviously, in the last 5 years, even greater. Each time they build a house, a sidewalk is added. So if you look at the average daily traffic counts, you're not getting measurable traffic. You have to have at least 100 cars in an hour to qualify. They're just not getting that traffic volume in that space. And so that's why the judgment points were allotted. We did not have, to my knowledge, we looked into no accidents, no peculiar situations that would allow for those. No bodies of water, no anything related to what we did for Park and Borden. So because of that, we did not issue judgment points, and one that you guys, to my knowledge, did not suggest those after reading through that. So we kind of just went with that.
Do you know approximately, Lacey, how much the reimbursement will be for Heron Creek if approved?
I don't know that, no.
And we only get about 70% of what
70%.
it actually costs.
Okay. But this is, a really good find still, and I just want to commend you, Lacey, again, for taking the initiative to go through this process so we could potentially get reimbursement from the state on some of
Yeah,
these
so we'll
routes.
learn a lot either way. If they don't approve Park and Borden, then that will be a direction that a decision you'll have to make internally, and then what that ripple effect looks like for other areas. If they approve the Heron Creek and Briar, that will then be our first reimbursable, and we'll know how to do that process moving forward, so then we can just continue to bring some back to the district from that perspective. So both of them are gonna be a learning curve, no matter what, so.
Still net positive from
Yeah.
where we were last year, so
Yeah.
awesome. Any other comments on this? Okay. There's a motion, there's a second. Kelly, would you mind restating the motion? Put you on the spot, sorry.
Yeah, because it changed twice.
changed.
I'm sorry.
No, you're
Would
fine.
you please
The
restate?
motion was to approve submitting the forms as presented.
All right, motion and second, approve submitting the forms as presented. We had some discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, item 6.04, approval of board goals, second reading. Just some context on this too, and Alan, Alex, you guys were kind enough to lead the charge on this. I think you have a little bit to cover, but I want to also just add the amount of time and effort that went into this goal setting process. And I want to commend everyone who participated, because I know that it took a lot of meetings, more than I think we bargained for. So a lot of deliberations, a lot of time. I won't solicit a motion at this point, as I understand there's a presentation.
It's more of a recap so that the board and the admin and the community are all on the same page with what we're trying to do here with the goal setting process. So at our last meeting, I should have put this in the PowerPoint. We took a look at that document. It's included in Diligent that has the outcomes, the intentions and expectations, deliverables and timelines all wrapped up into one document. Got some feedback from communications office that was a bit too dense of a document, so Alan and I went back and revised, not the content. The content's exactly the same, just formatting so that the documents are more digestible to the community. And that's what I'll just go over in this presentation. I just recap that. So we're proposing, instead of having one massive document, 4 smaller documents. So 2 of those documents will be public facing, 2 of those would be internal. The public could still access them, but they just wouldn't be posted on the website because they deal with more personnel related goals than student achievement and student outcome goals. So the first document would include what we saw last time, the public section of the overall goals, including the outcomes, intentions, expectations, deliverables, and timelines. The second document would be also publicly available on the district website, and it would include progress towards meeting the deliverables. So we got rid of the outcomes and intentions and expectations columns because it was just too much information for one document to have. It was a bit overwhelming. And then, like I mentioned earlier, we want to have some internal documents that, again, will be available in Diligent, just not posted on the website because they don't relate to student outcomes and achievement. And those would be the internal goals document, which is similar to what I previously described. It have the outcomes, intentions, expectations, deliverables, and timelines. And then we would get updates from admin on that through this, which just shows progress towards the deliverables, because the deliverables are essentially where the rubber meets the road and a product or something is produced to show that the growth or outcome or just thing that the board directed admin to do was completed. So to recap, on the district website, we'll have the mission, the vision, and the core values. Those didn't change. We didn't look at those, so we're not going to change them. And we'll have the public goals document and the deliverables progress document. And then internally on Diligent, we'll have the detailed goals document and then the deliverable progress document. So tonight I'm going to recommend that I made this in PowerPoint, then converted it to a Google Sheet, and all the colors got messed up, so everything looks kind of odd. But my recommendation tonight from the goals subcommittee would be to direct admin to create a final version of the 4 documents for approval at the next meeting. And when I say create a final document, I want to be clear here. I don't mean take Like, you don't have to take what the committee produced and just put it on the website. Do whatever you want with it. It's just the content is what we're looking for. But comms can spruce it up however they see fit. If they want to reformat it, whatever, that's not the board's job. We just want these outcomes, basically.
Yeah, I think one of
How
the
they're done
challenges
is
being new to the board is really understanding what are the goals of the board, what are we trying to do, where are we going directionally in alignment with the administration, senior administration. And so one of these is a way for us to more clearly communicate to ourselves, the community, and the district as a whole, what those goals are initially, and then also how are we collectively as a district progressing towards those goals. Some will do really well, some we may not, and that's okay. It opens up a discussion of areas that we need to have more effort and emphasis, areas that we need to celebrate. And I think what Alex just presented was a way to do that, but we're certainly not artists in any sense or graphic designers to be able to make anything look nice and presentable like Lauren and the team. So in whatever format makes sense, but presentable on the website, being able to clearly and easily find it, I think is really important. And I think that's been a discussion of the entire board as far as making sure that those are able to be seen, hopefully clearly communicated, and then we can see individually as board members, but more importantly as community members, how we're progressing and areas of improvement and areas that we're succeeding. Cool.
Would you mind if I took a minute to just share some of the outcomes and specific goals with the people? Because I think it is great work, and this again, these are all posted. You can see you've been able to see these for I think a couple months now. But they've come up with 3 outcomes. One of which is advanced student success through board academic oversight, student recognition, post-graduation readiness, and adaptive curriculum strategies, including emerging technologies. Now, I know that doesn't sound like anything because that's the big outcome, but it breaks into these deliverables which are tangible and measurable. One is to aim to ensure 90% of students in grades 9 through 12 are passing all of their classes at the end of each semester. Share the final pass rates with the board. That was, I remembered, I believe that was developed based on feedback from Brian, I think, is at the high school, right?
The percentages.
Right. And then implement instruction strategies across all relevant grades K through 8 with the aim to ensure 50% of general education students meet their projected RIT MAP score growth from fall to spring in ELA, math, and science, 7-8 only, aiming for high achievement and high growth status. Share the final rate with the board. So these are, and there's not tons of them, but there's more than you want to hear me go through right now. But of course, I'd encourage you to read them all. And but they are measurable, tangible things that the goal setting subcommittee worked with the whole board to develop for many months. And I just wanted to, we keep saying goals, so there's an example of a few.
And those goals are education or academic based goals. So the learning and teaching committee, that'll be at each meeting, Mike and the team, whoever may be presenting, will give an update on how we're progressing to those. And again, just more of an update. There'll be touch points along the way at the committee meetings as well as here as well. But yes, thanks.
I personally, just looking at it, one of the goals, district will ensure a June 30th fund balance, will maintain a rate at or above 20% while maintaining a balanced budget. I think that's a really relevant goal. I also like the dynamic public financial dashboard pieces, which kind of underscores the point you were making earlier, Alex, which is and I think ultimately where we're going to go with this, which is, I think could be 2 motions. One would be a motion to formally accept these goals as the goals. And then potentially a second motion that looks to have these goals presented to the community and then used by the board in a way that makes it relevant and trackable. So I just don't want to hold up our ability to approve these goals based on some of the formatting pieces. So tell me if you think
I agree.
Yeah, okay. So and we'll have some discussion on this too, but I'll just solicit a motion first to approve the board goals as presented.
Second.
So moved.
Gotcha. Moved. Beth, second? Yep. Any discussion on approval of these board goals?
And this is the second reading of these board goals.
Right, and how many goal setting meetings do we have? Too many. Three? Was it 3? You guys put a lot of time in, Adam put a lot of time in. There was a lot of feedback loops.
Well, the intentions and expectations were developed by the goal and the senior administration, and then the administration as a whole helped to develop the deliverables, which are really the measurable ways and the methods in which to achieve those intentions and outcomes. So yeah, very collaborative, I think, along the way.
And the minutes for all those meetings are available too. So, okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Any other discussion on approval of the goals? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes. All right, so I'll solicit a second motion now based on the information that you guys have presented here, which relates, I believe, more particularly to the formatting in which the goals are then presented to the community at large. And then I think we're using the word internally, but like I think just as almost feels like as general reference for the board. And a clarifying piece to this is in board docs, there are documents that are like specific to the board that the community can access still. They're not internal in the sense that only the board can see them. So I'll solicit a motion, and Alex, maybe you have a crafted motion or intention
No, I mean,
for it?
I didn't really think we'd take action on it. It was more guidance. There's
Okay.
not
You don't want to have you're not
I
thinking
mean,
of a
if we
motion.
wanted to really
Maybe
direct,
it could look
but
like
I
a
was-
future agenda item.
I was hopeful that the PowerPoint would just sort of give admin an idea of what goals are internal and which ones are not internal, and then some potential ideas as to how to share them with the public. But I wasn't looking for them to, like I said, take my Google sheet and put it on the website, which is
Right.
what it sounds like that
Yeah.
motion would do, which is not really what I'm looking for.
So we've approved, so
Yeah, we've approved the
we've
goals.
approved the goals.
I was fine with
Look,
just
we've got,
saying
we've
that.
got acting superintendent Nick Reinick right here, and that's probably we've approved these goals. You work with comms to get them posted nicely, right?
Yeah, I was gonna ask a
Yeah.
clarifying question just on next meeting. Which meeting? Is it the next goal setting meeting? Is it the next meeting in August? Is it September? Just, what did you have in mind for that time?
August 26th,
August, okay.
Well, let's see if that's.
if possible. If that's not possible,
I mean,
That's- but
like
there won't-
minimally, we can have this document that we've already now approved available.
Yeah, that's the most important.
That's the most
Yeah.
important thing.
it's
Yeah,
it's
and then
just
however your side of the house, however you want to end up putting it on the website or displaying it, or if you want to put some kind of tracking bars next to whatever comms and you think is the most effective way to get this done.
Diligent has too embedded in it. Kelly, I know you're like shaking your head 'cause you know what I'm talking about. There's like a goals section in Diligent that we haven't like dusted off yet. Do you know, does it have the capability to like link, like would these map to that? Cause that's already in existing infrastructure.
We can have it linked to agenda items, like the goals. And then as you add an agenda item,
Okay. It's like,
and then it can link to that. You can also, I mean, it does have a tracking bar, but that would be more, it's kind of like how you would track it. You have to move the line. It doesn't have like an automatic, like if you meet these certain things, you would have to look at it, say, okay, well, we've met 10% of that, or we've met 50% of that. You would have to move it manually.
okay.
is there like some sort of summary document that the public can see? I guess that's what my ask would be, is that just we want, or at least as one board member, I'd want anyone in the community to see what the goals are and the progress we're making towards them. But I don't know if in most, I just assumed that would be done. Like, I don't know if we need to move to tell, I just figured that was kind of a given, but.
Lauren also had mentioned the website has the capability to like situate goals. The way it was situated last time was it just sat as like flat HTML, which worked, but it wasn't super dynamic.
Can I make a suggestion? Just a thought.
Sure.
Maybe what we should do as a board is determine if that general content is something that we're interested in, the way it's been presented by Alex. If that's the case, could do two things. Nick, if you think there's enough direction for Lauren to take a stab, great. Or maybe one board member could work with Lauren to create a small, short, very, very minimal presentation. Hey, this is what we're thinking. What do you think? We can take a look at it. Maybe it's at the September meeting of how it looks. Maybe even provide an update of, hey, we met in September and at the August meeting, if it makes sense. But it's maybe more of a question of, do we want to have this trackable document in some sense or another, and then what capabilities we have, that could be a discussion that we might be able to bring back to the board to review.
I figured that would be more admin work than
Certainly could
board
be.
work, but
think
a board member, sure, could attend, but.
Minimally though, I think having just like a baked into the agendas revisit of the board goals on a recurring basis would be a good idea. So, and I know something I like that DeKalb does is they have for each of their agenda items, like kind of what Kelly was alluding to, is like they reference what goal it ties to. And so there's some options, but yeah, I think a future agenda item related to the way the goals are presented to the community.
Well, that's what I
Yep.
asked for, is on the slide, direct admin to create a final version of these documents. I mean, we can move to do that,
Yes.
or just have them do it. I don't know if we need
Can I
to.
just recommend that maybe by August 20, whatever the date is, we just get this? I know it's not dynamic, but just at least get this forward facing to the public, and then whether it's in August or September, I could give you an update on my conversations with Lauren, what she's kind of thinking this could look like in a more dynamic fashion, and then at one of those future meetings, maybe show you what we've come up with, and then if it needs to change, we can change it.
I think that sounds great.
Thank you.
Yeah, cool, great. Okay, next item.
I had one more.
Oh yeah, you had something else?
We never really discussed if there's going to be any expectation or goal on how often we get reports towards the progress. Like, is there?
What was
should
our
we think that's
timeline?
something-
There was a goal, because I believe there was a.
They're annual,
Yeah, we had a
but do we want a semi-annual review? Do we want a
No,
quarterly review?
I'm talking about the timeline in the annual like board calendar, because I had
Wait,
the
it is in there.
intention, yeah,
We were gonna review them on a regular basis.
right, like, I mean, I think minimally it should just be probably a standing item on the agenda, don't you think? Like, it just
Yeah.
is just for the relevancy piece, so.
We need to hold ourselves as accountable as possible
To the
the
goals.
goals that we've set.
Yeah.
And,
So-
and not only that, but we owe it to people to show them that we're holding ourselves accountable to these goals.
Yeah,
So however we can do that.
yeah, so I think minimally like a standing item on the agenda.
So would that, would the expectation be admin comes to every board meeting with an update on goal? I don't want to be unduly burdensome.
Yeah,
That's-
no.
That's sort of, it has to be.
You gotta remember
Yeah,
about
we-
the
There's a
resolution.
cadence that was already built in.
That's what I'm saying, because I know we had a
form for
cadence
that. Maybe
on
we can have that included in our next packet on the 26th.
it, right, to keep that progress.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll make a note of it, and then we'll do for a standing item.
It can be part of what you come, just like, how often do you think you could update that on the side? Like, I mean, I think doing it monthly is a lot to ask.
Right, well, and I'm not suggesting that we get updated monthly, but more or less that we revisit, and if anything, just focus attention on the fact that these are what our goals are, you know.
Well, point of order, what part of the agenda are we at, or do we have any motions on the floor?
6.04, and there are no motions on the floor, so.
Do we need
Well,
Want to
to make
continue
one?
discussion?
maybe quarterly, I mean, I don't think, monthly seems like a lot.
So we'll put a future agenda item together related to the cadence of goal setting.
Yes.
Okay,
Sure.
all right.
And then
Goal setting.
would the motion simply be,
We already have a motion for the goals, so we're in good shape. I don't think we
Approve
need
the
to
goals.
vote.
I don't know if we need.
So
Do-
I'll
do you
move
get-
on to the next item on the agenda then, 6.05, Business Services Committee revised timeline. Do you have a revised
Yes,
timeline?
the Business Services Committee recommends an updated timeline. This reflects some adjustments on account of the recent leadership transition, but more importantly, extends the timeline through February to align our meetings with important district financial dates. The October meeting will deal with the levy and a discussion of an optimal bargaining cost model. The February meeting will be considered the kickoff for the year. There, we will weigh in on the tentative budget to make sure next year's budget aligns with our overall goals and district needs. So instead of doing it in April, we'll try to do it in February, and that will be sort of the first proper meeting of the Business Services Committee's sort of first year. Because, it had 3 meetings this year, but they were sort of off cycle the next year. That's what we're looking for. So that's the recommendation, and we're looking for just a motion to approve the timeline because you approved the last timeline, and we've updated it.
Cole, is this the timeline from yesterday?
Yes.
Because there's no attachment. in
Yeah, I didn't see
diligent.
an
Oh, I'm sorry.
So-
Yes, it's I'll just read it to you then. It amended the timeline to reflect the fact that we were having this meeting on the 13th. So that's all done. I mean, that's retroactive. And then it adds a meeting in October and it adds a meeting in February that are already scheduled.
Okay.
And they're already scheduled on the calendar. And it just tells the board that we will be discussing the levy and a bargaining cost model in October, and we will be discussing the tentative budget in February.
Okay.
I had presented to the board a timeline before.
From June, I remember.
And so then I felt that it was incumbent upon the Business Services Committee to either make good on the timeline it gave you or update it. And so then I updated it to reflect the current state of affairs.
So is there a motion?
So moved.
Seconded.
Yes.
Can you repeat the motion, please?
The motion is to, well, I guess, yeah, sorry. My motion is to accept the Business Service Committee's recommendation that we approve their updated timeline.
A motion to accept the Business Services Committee recommendation.
That we approve their updated timeline.
Rolls right off the tongue.
Yes.
All right.
Second.
Motion moved, seconded. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Cole, can we get that timeline? Do you have a written copy of it?
Yeah, you have it. It's in diligent.
Oh, it's from
It
June.
was
it's
from
just with the new-
yesterday.
It's
Oh,
attached
it's that?
yesterday.
Okay, I'm just, because I want to link it to this agenda.
Yeah, we'll put it in. We'll get it in this agenda.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Updated timeline.
Yesterday being the
Business Services Committee meeting, yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, that'll be easier to track it.
Yep.
Okay, next item on the agenda, new business, the presentation of the Sycamore fiscal year 26 tentative budget, establishment of a hearing date, and then the BSC recommendation. So we'll have some discussion on this. The budget's been available. The presentation of the budget too. The recommended action is to approve the Sycamore fiscal year 26 tentative budget as presented and establish September 23rd, 2025 as the hearing date for the budget. It'll allow a 30-day period. Also, just like worth noting on this motion and some, I guess, more context to it, we have a 30-day period of time from when we post the notice to host the hearing. And the next regularly scheduled meeting is on September 23rd. So we're in a tough spot because we have to call the special meeting today to be able to, or we would have had to call it at the end of September to be able to meet that 30-day window and still have the budget published before September 30th. So we avoided having a special meeting in September by having this special meeting now. So some silver lining. So the motion, again, is written. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Beth, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Alex. Any discussion related to the budget? Questions, comments?
I know we went through it a little bit at the BSC meeting, but Cole, could you, or Nicole, could you talk to a little bit of some of the changes to the budget that we've done in the past? We're moving some things around a little bit. As I understand, right, we were taking some from the transportation fund and moving it to other funds to try to help support the educational expenses while drawing down a little bit on our transportation, but to help to maintain the levy, as I understand.
Yeah.
Is that a fair? Perfect. Okay, and then there was a bit of discussion on the fund ratio, right? So that's a focus point that the BSC is working on. I think this is going to actually help to hopefully, as budgeted, hope to move that up a little bit and help our standing in the IASB, what's the term?
Financial profile.
Financial profile.
Financial profile, because we are a little low right now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Although there is a correction to the story that was ran in the Chronicle. That does indicate we are in financial warning. We are not. We're actually in the next one up.
Early warning,
The
right?
financial, yeah, the financial watch.
It moved up.
So, yeah. Just,
Didn't it move up? What are the three? Because I for FY25 we're in the second one.
watch, early warning, and then warning, I believe are the four.
Well, we're in the second one now, right?
Oh, no, yes.
We're making progress.
Correct.
I want to
Yes.
get that out there.
Yes, the numbers are always a year in arrears. So the story that was ran was actually numbers from FY '24.
Yeah. They haven't even published 25. I just
Yeah, they'll
got
come
the
out
data
next
from
month.
Disney,
right?
They'll
and
come
I
out
took a
next
look at it, and we'll be up.
Yep.
So, yep.
But it's been a good collaborative approach to take a little bit different approach on some of the fund balance movements. And I know we've done some of that in the past, but a little bit more this time, which is, looks like a positive thing.
Yes, and overall, our budget will be balanced for fiscal year '26.
And then, Nicole, in your judgment, does this budget put the district on a path to begin development of a multi-year plan to grow the fund balance that the board and administration can jointly pursue?
Yes.
Great.
Any general concerns, Nicole, or anyone else on the budget? I mean, I know we talked with quite extent yesterday at the BSC meeting, but just curious if any concerns.
Nope, not with this one, nope.
Great.
I think we'll revisit this when we discuss the levy.
In, November, yeah.
Yeah, the budget will be set at that point, but yeah, we'll discuss.
Can we, I'm not saying I want to, but could we amend it? But what's the deadline to amend the budget? Because I know we can't.
30th.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we can amend it all the way, FY '26, all the way through.
You can.
So, I mean, I'm not saying
Yeah.
we will.
Yeah,
but
if
I'm
you hit
just
a
curious,
certain, if you hit a certain threshold, depending on what your actual total expenditures are, say we want to move the budget by 15%, then it would have to be amended. I think 10% is the threshold.
Okay.
Legally, you have to with ISB.
All right, thanks for.
Yep.
Any other comments, discussion? All right, took us a long time to get here, so thank you guys for all of your hard work.
Yeah, I actually do have a comment. Yeah, thank you very much, Nicole, for all your work on this. It's tough, I know, and we appreciate you.
Thank you. It's been
Yes.
collaborative with all of our district leadership team.
Thank you.
All right, take a roll call vote here. Kelly, would you call the roll?
Santu,
Yes?
Poppel,
Yes.
Evans,
Yes.
Rados,
Yes.
Regnery,
Yes.
Tomlinson,
Yes.
DeVito,
Yes.
motion carried.
Next item on the agenda, another, what seems like relevant topic now, I know, because my tomatoes are coming in. Discussion of the community garden, or a community garden. This is a request from a board member, Heather, as a future agenda item. So here it is, future agenda item. There is not a solicited motion. It is just an item on the agenda, and we'll just open the floor up to some discussion. So, any comments?
Yeah, so driving by, I realized how much property we have here, and my eye caught a nice little patch on the corner over here that could be used as a garden. I have worked with the community gardens before, so I do have some knowledge on getting it started, and we do have the food pantry here. And we'll also eventually, hopefully, have the littles here and, you know, maybe a couple of other programs that could utilize gardening just the way we do in our schools. So just thought it would be a nice little addition to the property.
That's a great idea. We have that over at University Village Apartments too. They have the nice raised bed, which makes it easy to keep the weeds out. If we could do something like that, that'd be really great.
So this garden, we're talking like produce? Because you mentioned
Yes.
food pantry, like we
Yes.
grow lettuce, then we could bring it into the pantry
And
and give it to the
zucchini.
community.
And
What?
zucchini,
Okay, it's not just we're growing
And
petunias for the
even
sake of it.
flowers, like, you know, I think it would be nice for the
Oh,
people
yeah.
that go to
Sure.
the food pantry to get flowers. I mean,
Flowers
who
are
doesn't-
always great.
What woman doesn't love flowers?
Have you had any discussion with the Spartan Food Pantry about the ability to use produce at and integrate that with the food pantry?
Actually, I have not, but I do know that they do accept produce donations.
They do.
At the food pantry,
They do.
so. Yeah.
So the thought is to partner with Rooted for Good or the community gardens?
Community
I'm
gardens.
just trying to understand.
I don't know if we would have to or not. We could, you know, that's an option, but you know, as an avid gardener myself, and I'm sure that other people in the community, if other people in the community are interested, we could maintain this on our own. But if not, then yeah, we could absolutely do that. That's just another,
I think their office is nearby, and then they send volunteers out too, so it might be helpful to get them involved. Yeah, it's close by here.
Yeah. And there's actually another community garden right down the street from here too, so from Rooted for Good.
Definitely like the relevance it has to the Spartan Food Pantry.
Right.
So there's a connection there. I know Nicole and I talked about this a little bit, and there was some conversation about maybe there being some interested people who might take some ownership in it. Do you think there's anything there?
Yeah, I think that's always the tough thing is, because we have gardens at all of our schools. It starts off really great, and then the participation kind of slides down. So just making sure that we would have enough volunteers to help keep that, and then just the costs of it also, be mindful of that. But no, I think it's a great idea.
Is it something that, like, as far as like a next steps, it almost feels like if we contacted the Spartan Food Pantry, like, hey, is this of interest? Maybe there's already, you know, some ownership that could happen there, or maybe they've got their hands full enough and then we redirect to some other place. But in general, the idea in concept, we like.
In concept, if there was a way to have a garden here that partnered with the Spartan Food Pantry to deliver produce, I think that would be a win-win for everybody. And so I would be very interested in seeing if we could appoint somebody to talk with Spartan Food Pantry, to see how they feel about it, see if they're interested, see if it's possible and feasible from their end.
It could be an FFA project as well.
Or yeah, I would be open to soliciting other school-based groups as well to see, but to Assistant Superintendent Stuckert's point, there has to be a group willing that is interested, to make it collaborative.
Right.
Is my opinion.
Yeah, it's a nice idea as long as it doesn't become burdensome. And I think exploring and seeing if there's interest is a great idea. But if not, that's okay. We've got a lot going on in this building trying to get transitioned here. If now is the time, and if there are those that are interested.
Right. Yeah.
Did you have an idea, Heather, of like what you thought a solicitation of interest might look like?
Just thinking about it, maybe contacting the FFA, talking to Heather Edwards at Rooted for Good, just seeing, because I know that sometimes they are a little shorthanded. They were in one of the gardens last summer. So, there's also what they do is they take organizations and contact them, and organizations have kind of adopted plots, and they work on those plots as well. So there's several ways to go about doing it, and it definitely would just see if there's going to be a core group of people that have interest in it that are going to maintain it. So
I think next steps, Nick and I will touch base, and then we can reach out to resources that we have at the district and get the conversation going and see if it's feasible.
Yeah, I think the team mentioned Spartan Food Pantry. Obviously, some of our district leaders kind of lead that, so I could reach out to them. And then FFA, there's always senior FFA students that are maybe working towards a state degree that need to keep a record book or something. I don't know if that's any of their areas of interest this year, but certainly there's other years where that's something would be student-led, which I think is always what we should be pushing towards, is students doing these things, or leading others doing them. So I could reach out to those two entities.
The good news is it's sort of the end of the growing season for the most part. So we're no rush, right? I think we're probably all right. This is not, it's a nice idea, but not a huge priority as far as.
We could throw this on the agenda for like March or something.
Oh, yeah.
After we've done a little bit of research.
Get a little spice garden going out there.
Yeah.
In the meantime, with winter, got a little.
There's bug repellents naturally, so.
Okay. Any other discussion on this? We'll just put it on a future agenda item then?
Yeah.
Probably for March? Okay. March.
I'll just throw into Life School that'll be housed, here's another entity that could help care for.
That's true.
There's some interest.
We're always looking.
Great idea.
All right. Next item on the agenda, item 7.03, approval of the superintendent search firm agreement. So we've got here not one but three different search proposals. One from HYA, which is, I believe, Hazard Young Associates, IASB. So I worked with IASB at the direction of the board to aggregate like a process for superintendent searches and ascertaining context for RFQs. So here they are. So IASB actually also does that as a service. So they have a proposal, and then School Exec Connect has a proposal as well. So we've got three different options here. Just doing a brief overview. Each of these options outlines additional like endorsements you could put on them for additional costs. They outline timelines. They outline the basically the process of public engagement, and like, at least in speaking for myself, my hope is that they're able to engage all of our stakeholders like really effectively, so that way we can make sure that we get a pulse to every afflicted group and, you know, have the process be representative of our community. There's a rubric here. It's available as a guide for evaluating the superintendent search firm proposals as like a point of reference, as a sort of cadence. I'm hopeful we can review, deliberate, and make a choice tonight. So I'm going to ask that we make a motion to select a search firm. In having consulted with legal, they've reviewed all of the contract language, had no major substantive issues with any of the agreements, and gave a recommended motion that blank search firm has been subject to final review by legal counsel but selected, with the idea being that if legal counsel has any issues, they can amend it, but the board can still approve and proceed with the process. So I'll solicit the motion. Well, I suppose without having selected a search firm yet, we'll just open the floor up to discussion. So any general comments about any of the proposals or opinions?
So I read through them all, and additionally I used some of the rubric scoring, but the top line most impressive statistics to me was the HYA has 94% of supers placed successfully remain in their position for more than their first multiple year contract. IASB uses a slightly different measurement that has only 91%. School Exec does not actually advertise that exact statistic. They advertise something else, which is that 97% of their superintendent placements are in, quote, good standing with their boards after the first contract. So I assume that their number isn't as high as the 94 or the 91% that the other two firms are advertising. I'm of the opinion that HYA's higher retention rate puts them in the front to begin with. They also have unlimited focus groups that you can engage the community with, whereas School Exec has limits on that. IASB does not offer that with their standard proposal, and so by the time you get all of the community engagement that IASB offers, they're all within striking distance of the same price. And additionally, it seems that HYA has the more impressive national network, you know, sort of slightly edging out School Exec. So those are my thoughts.
Just had I agree with all of that. I called some of the references on the packets, and I actually spoke with a gentleman who was the board president down in Ottawa, and he actually used HYA and IASB, so he was a pretty valuable guy to talk to.
What was the district?
Ottawa.
Ottawa? Okay.
It's not that one failed and then they switched to another. It's they hired someone, they retired, and then he's been on the board a while. They needed to use a different one. They were not, frankly, very satisfied with IASB. IASB did not attend any of the interviews. That's just not part of the process. It was more of, here's a list of candidates we think would be good. You guys figure it out from here. Whereas HYA and School Exec Connect, but they didn't go with them. HYA was more helpful in guiding them through the entire process, up through signing a contract. So we would pay a bit more, but we would also get a heck of a lot more, in my opinion. And between HYA and Exec Connect, just because of the ratings and their process was more detailed in how they evaluate the candidates. They have a rubric that's very clear. I would lean towards HYA as well.
Any other comments?
I think I'd be echoing the comments of the others, other than it did look like IASB was very much a la carte, and it can be a nice way to get some very maybe basic assistance, but I think what we're looking for is more in line with the Exec Connect or HYA. HYA definitely had a more professional presentation. I think their supporting documents were a little bit more in line with at least what I was thinking personally. So I did like both of them. I was not as impressed by the IASB presentation, but I did like HYA.
I kind of leaned a little more towards school exec. I'm partial to Byron. I think they have a great school system. Byron used them. It was only once, but you know, out of all of the schools that I saw on here, as far as references goes, as far as education wise, and I think that was where I'm stuck at, so.
I'll say on that, yeah, they had good reference districts. HYA, I thought, had just like an incredibly broad set of reference districts. They had, I'm looking for the list, sorry. I know they had Ottawa, which stood out, but they had schools south of us, schools east of us, schools north of us. And so it feels like they know how to work with everybody too, whereas School Exec Connect only listed 6 sort of comparable schools. So that, I hear what you're saying, but to me it was more impressive to see that HYA has worked with just a ton of diverse schools all around us.
Yeah, there was a national component to HYA that you didn't see with the Illinois Association of School Boards and School Exec Connect, which is kind of, it raises a set of follow-up questions, which would be like, you know, if the board wants to, like how the board would handle a national candidate piece, but we can cross that bridge. Any other comment too on this? I did like the unlimited stakeholder events too. That was one of the things with HYA. I had an opportunity to talk with each of them. And the HYA reps are they're just really polished. They've got it seems like a pretty Loctite system. It's all they do. One of the things, HYA is part of ECRA Group, or is related to ECRA Group, who does like digital enhancements and offerings for districts in terms of like consulting and other measures. So their portfolio and like the breadth of knowledge that they have as it relates to like metrics relevant to school districts is just really deep. So the resource draw that they have is pretty big. But IASB also, you know, obviously nice local network. But I do worry about like the lack of the national applicant pool too. And like, I think the key here is going to be to do this well, we have to hire the best superintendent for Sycamore. And to do that, we have to really, make sure that we hit all the notes on the stakeholder events and the community piece too. So my hope is that by the time a decision comes to the board, it's really like abundantly clear who is a really good pick. So no, I think this is excellent. Any other comments in terms of these proposals?
How much do each of them cost?
So I can tell
Tough,
you.
yeah, because of
So HYA's fee is $18,450 plus 1,000, so $19,450. School Exec Connect is $16,900 plus 8. There's an expenses of $1,800. So those together are within $500 of each other. So it's 17. it's 18.8 and 19.5, more or less. IASB, and this is the one that's hard to think about because they have a really, really low comparative entry level package, but it doesn't come with any of the community engagement. So we want to have events where we invite members of the community and have focus groups and do some sort of customizable surveys. When you option IASB up to all of that, I did the napkin math, it comes out to around 14 or 15. But they list you real low at say like 8 or 9. So theoretically, you could get the max bargain at IASB for 8 or 9. But apples to apples comparisons is more like 14, 15 compared to 18 and 19.
Do you know if that 15, put you on the spot, if that 15 from ISB included them coming out and sitting in interviews? Because it did for HYA, and I think for School Exec Connect.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But I don't know if ISB, regardless, will come. I am kind of curious. Will they even? Because it's like they'll give you the template on how to conduct the interview, but I didn't see anything about them actually coming and helping with it. Like,
let's see.
They come out for everything else, so you would think, I mean.
Well,
yeah, that's
Ottawa told me they didn't. They
well, they do
in HYA. They came out
Okay.
and
Well, you.
so.
They'll do in-district focus groups at an additional $1,500 per day per consultant. This is ISB. They'll do in-district practice interview training session with the BOE, an additional $1,500. They'll do an in-district stakeholder group interviews with semifinalists identified by the board, an additional $1,500. So they're coming out, but
So
by the
each
time you
interview
get them,
is $1,500.
right? By the time you get them to do any of the things that
Then they
HYA
add the money
and
on.
SEC are offering, which are sort of best practices ways to engage the community, to pick the super that fits the community. You know, your ISB pricing creeps right back up.
If we do 3 rounds of interviewing, which seems to be the gold standard, we'd be at $4,500 if we want them to come out 3 times, I guess. Right? Is that
Something like that. Yeah, I mean, I'm not the ISB rep, but
Yeah.
I think, I mean, it sounds like the general consensus is HYA. Am I getting that sense? Does anybody want to speak out against that?
No.
I'll
I
just.
don't really care. It seems like IASB would be the more cost-effective one to go with.
Right.
And they're looking at Illinois specifically. I don't know if having a national pool to draw from is as valuable to what we're trying to accomplish, I think. So
I think that would kind of hinder what I mean, I personally would like to see somebody within a local area that isn't from like too far out, because isn't there moving expenses on top of everything else?
Right.
I mean,
And I think the district has to pay for them, but ISBA, they were going to be my first choice, but you guys have brought up some good points. And my reasoning was, because I'm always looking at the cost of everything, that was my main thing. But again, you guys have also brought up good points for the other ones, so.
I do worry about the incremental costs beyond the face value of IASB though, which is an interesting point. It's like
Right,
you
if
start
they're
to-
going to really
Nickel and
have these
dime, yeah.
hidden charges, that's not good either, so. They do have 50 years of experience, but, again, he's actually talked to somebody that used them, and that means a lot too, or used the HYA.
he used HYA and ISB.
Oh, they used
Liked HYA much better, but that's just one person.
I mean, it sounds like most people on the board want HYA, and I'm fine with that too.
I mean, they definitely know the area. This is the list I couldn't find earlier, but they have successfully placed in U46, in Ottawa, in Huntley, but then also in Naperville and at IMSA. So they're just sort of, and at Yorkville. So there's 30 right here, and they're Decatur. So they're, I don't think they're any stranger to understanding what
They're
various.
based out of Schaumburg, aren't they?
Are you talking about each way or IASB?
Yeah, I think, no, both are.
The funny thing about the lists when I was looking at, there is a lot of duplicates because they're covering many decades of service. The different companies are, so you'll see some of those multiple times, which caught me off guard at first. But then there is a fair bit of one being used and then a if you're following search, someone else being used.
Have we seen a trend of any of them using the agency more than once?
Well, Alex spoke to,
Them using two
I've spoken
different
to some people anecdotally who they recommended HYA in this, but I don't know that I've spoken to anyone who has engaged two search firms. Alex is, you have spoken to a single person who has utilized two, so.
Right, but has any utilized the same one twice?
It sounds like this
If
gentleman
they
would have
need
used
another
HYA
right.
again.
When the individual they currently have is no longer in the position, he'd like to use them again if he's still.
Is there a motion?
What's the recommended?
The recommended motion is blank search firm has been
Can I see
selected
it?
subject to final review by legal counsel. That's how it reads. And you insert.
Well, how's that in? I move to select HYA, subject to final review by legal counsel as the search firm to conduct the superintendent search.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion?
The only thing I'd say before we vote is that HYA is a large firm, probably the largest of the three that we're looking at. And I think we'd probably all agree that Sycamore is a pretty special place, we feel, and there's kind of magic in a bottle. So we really need to make sure that when we define what we're looking for, what's really important for the community, as the community's involved, is that we really define that so that it's not a corporate robotic approach.
Your point, Alan, I kind of want to touch on this because I'm glad you brought it up. The tentative search timeline for HYA in their proposal. So a couple things, and this is just like some surrounding context. So superintendent contracts usually run through June 30th of the year, and most superintendents are hired like in the window of time between November and December, and then usually finish out their contract or get placed sometimes sooner, but July 1st of the following year. So that's the timeline that they outlined here, and they talk about August launching the orientation of the search process, subject to this meeting's approval. Then the board would have decisions for dates including board profile presentations, presentations of the slate, 2 dates for initial interviews, and 1 day for finalist interviews. So like that would get published. Individual board members would be interviewed regarding desired characteristics of the next superintendent. So like to your point, Alan, or like Heather, or Christian, like you guys were saying, this is important, that's important. That would be that time. Then HYA would vet candidates. Then a survey goes live for 2 weeks. The survey is intended to engage stakeholders, stakeholder engagement, interviews, multiple focus groups, in person and virtually. You can do an unlimited number of focus groups, which is neat.
Community or otherwise, right?
Right, yeah, I think that's the intention, is like you'd get staff, and their hand-holding piece here is important. A district tour to observe the culture and teaching and learning environment would happen between August and September. Advertising for 6 weeks, then all leadership profiles complete. So now this is what we're looking for. That's presented to the Board of Education. We then go, yep, this is the leadership profile we want. HYA then vets the candidates. In October, there's a presentation of a slate, board interviews, first and second round. Of course, those are all confidential to keep matters private in terms of respecting the candidates and things to that effect. Then in November, there's final interviews. Hopefully, we select a final candidate. Board would approve the new superintendent in December. January to June, transition process begins. There's a board workshop that they have transition support, a lot of communication support too, as I understand it, which would hopefully like dovetail nicely with what the communications department in our district does. And they outline then more details of their responsibilities related to the engage phase, the select phase, and then the transition phase. And then they outline what our responsibilities are, which are more high level. So yeah, I think I like the timeline. I like the way it's situated. Any other comment related to the motion on the table?
IASB follows a similar time frame as well, albeit it's less robust in the details, but it's definitely there. It seems like that's the industry standard.
Yeah, it's publication August. Hopefully place in November, start in July, because you want to attract the best possible candidates. So you want to get them. You want to get that window, and I know that's important. So, any other comments? No. All right. So the expense of district funds, we'll call a roll. Kelly, would you call the roll?
Koppel,
Nope, not an HYA.
Evans,
No.
Grados,
Yes.
Regnery,
Yes.
Tomlinson,
Yes.
Santu,
Yes.
DeVito,
Yes.
motion carried.
Okay. Next item on the agenda is item 7.04, approval of the amended board calendar. 2025, 2026. So funny thing about calendars, getting dates and times to coordinate, always a challenge. So I made some last minute adjustments to the proposed calendar just based on individual feedback and availability. So I'll pass this out, and one of the things I would just add is I put PTAC, it's scratched out, it says LTC, so there you go. And I highlighted in red the change. Yeah, I know, I
Thank
didn't
you.
have enough time, I noticed this last minute, so I was like, oh, I'll print this.
So this is accurate, what's what's?
Yeah, what
set
you're
now?
holding is all
So what's different
accurate.
between this and what's in diligent?
The only thing that's different is the red, so Learning and Teaching Committee's dates are slightly different. Learning and Teaching Committee is September 18th. Is it now being proposed?
The next meeting is September 18th. Yep, I provided these a little bit later. And then just a typo on the March date. It's not PTAC, it's LTC.
Yeah.
So yeah, we've got a September, a January, a March, and a June. And just so you know, Nick, I worked with Mike on those. So just to confirm those
Can I
dates.
send another copy of that?
Yeah, sorry, I have a bunch. I didn't.
Could we get her like an electronic copy to put?
Yeah, Kelly
somewhere?
actually made this, so she's got it.
Thank you, Kelly.
I'm not,
So,
okay. I just want to make sure that the admin.
I got
has
it.
the
I
most
literally
updated
today,
copy,
like, yeah, we just.
But they have that, because Nicole just asked, like,
No,
there's a,
no, and that's why I'm also asking now if these dates work for
yeah,
everybody.
like,
So,
that's what I'd like to know from them.
'cause that's the
if
other
those dates
piece. Yeah,
work,
I don't know
'cause
if they
there's
do.
changes.
So,
So if.
because we have
this
standing
means it's-
dates.
This means it's before this other meeting, correct? Is that why the policy committee is June 3rd?
Yeah, so the dates, the column order is not really significant. It's more about just the separation. So like,
Oh, okay.
yeah, so you would pick up on DSC is August 12th, which we already had happen. Policy committee, August 25th. The next regular board meeting would be August 26th. Then September 23rd. Here's the
Okay.
difference. Learning and Teaching goes from September 9th to September 18th.
So just pay attention to the dates.
Yeah, right. And again, in red. So Nicole, do these dates seem okay? They're just, again, the LTC is the only thing that changed, is those 4 dates.
Yeah, the one thing that sticks out to me, but I don't think it's a change that needs to be made, but just to have on your radar, the BSC on February 10th. LTC should probably be part of that in some capacity, just in terms of staffing, so. Cause the LTC before that, November 11th, is probably a little soon. So I just know we talked about that last time, at that first or second meeting, I guess, BSC. So whether that's just Mike coming and being a part of that presentation, or I don't know that it needs to be joined.
Is January 15th too soon for LTC? It's too soon.
Oh, for LTC, no, I thought you meant for mine, I was like, yeah.
Yeah, probably, just
Yeah.
barely, we're still getting
We don't
section
talk,
numbers and
yeah,
stuff,
we don't
so.
talk to admin until
Here,
late
here
June, late
also,
January.
like,
Could we swap, and this, I know Alex, this affects you, could we swap the policy committee's February 9th meeting with the January 15th meeting for LTC? And then Ellen, does that,
Maybe.
because then they're right next to each other.
What day is January 15th?
January 15th is,
Sounds to be in all of them, but
okay,
is it Thursday?
It's a, I forgot. I think it
Yeah,
is
it's
a
a Thursday.
Thursday.
Okay,
Yeah.
if press is released by January, I don't know if they'll have their winter out and
Well, and that's kind of the thing,
able
is
for
like,
us to review, but like, that's the thing with scheduling these policy committee meetings so far in advance.
Why can't we have a LTC and BSC doubleheader on February 10th and just not have the January 15th LTC? That kind of sounded like what you were suggesting, Nick. Is that right?
yeah, is that,
Say
Alan?
again, what was
He was
that?
saying double.
Either way, right? But we could, why not have a LTC BSC doubleheader on February 10th and just not have a focus topic meeting in January 15th? Just move your meeting down a month.
Yeah, I think that's, if that's better, I don't have an issue with it. I think it aligns, when I was working with Mike Rice on this, it was trying to get to the conclusion of the second semester, or just for academic reporting, and then giving time ahead of time, pilot update, so that in March, we're able to potentially, if we want to take action, we can, to start the 30 days. But we can give, I think that's tentatively fine, we can include that, and then maybe Nick, if we can work with Mike and your staff now to see if that makes sense to have it as a double header, like Cole said. It can certainly be flexible.
And I think that November date for LTC was intentional, just in terms of reviewing that data, coming up maybe fall.
Probably the fall, exactly. Finalized fall data. Yeah. But if it makes sense to be a little bit different from a
These two
personnel.
together on the 10th.
Correct.
So then we would be doing one or the other at 5:30?
Right.
Because these are all for 7.
I know, that's kind of the risky run.
Or we just do them
Probably
joint,
once.
combine them.
Just combine the two.
You said joint?
I think it would just be one discussion, like, I don't think it'd be separate
Okay,
discussions.
so do it as a joint meeting then.
Kind of neat.
Okay, then still at 7?
Still
Are
at
these?
7.
Okay, all
So we're
right.
actually just taking a date off this calendar.
Okay.
Would we be taking it off, or are we just adding a new meeting?
No.
Well, there's.
Are you
A
okay?
joint meeting
Yeah,
on
right?
the
Does that work for your
10th
scheduling?
of
No,
February.
No, nobody's, we're removing January 15th
Right.
and adding it to
February
February 10th. So
No, I know, but I'm saying, because Alan was talking about reviewing the post-curriculum pieces, like, because that's gonna make that a really long meeting. If they're gonna do that and also talk about the FTE pieces, like, will there be too much of a lag between November and March? If you know what I mean?
I do know what you mean. Why don't we? I think Nick, we probably want to confirm with Mike a little bit on this, from the LTC standpoint. Why don't we approve it as it is and maybe we amend it, or we can table it until the 27th, 26th? Either way is fine with me, but I think I'd like to get, I don't know how you feel, but maybe get a little bit more on the LTC perspective.
I feel like amending it gives us, because then at least we can lock in the rest of this.
Still 3 or
kind of
4 months out
May.
for this one
Yeah,
particular.
So that's more than enough time.
Right.
All right.
You okay with that?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, nothing's impacted.
Okay. So is there a motion then to approve the amended meeting schedule as proposed?
So moved.
Second.
So we're gonna leave it as January 15th, but we'll update it accordingly. Is that the plan?
Yeah,
Just
we're
to
gonna leave it as it is, and we'll update it accordingly.
What's the second? Thank you.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay. We have a calendar for now. Okay.
I'd just rather we wait and figure it out, but it's okay.
So, item on the agenda. Alright. Bear with me.
You can just cite the law. You don't have to read the whole.
Yeah, right. Okay. I'm gonna solicit a motion to go into executive session for, section ILCS 120/2C. Item 5 ILCS 120/2C.
You have to say the number after it, 2C1,
Yeah,
2C1, 2C2.
Thank you. I solicit a motion to go into executive session to discuss matters related to item ILCS 120/2C1, item ILCS 120/2C2, ILCS 120/2C5, ILCS 120/2C6, ILCS 120/2C 9, ILCS 120/2C 11.
So moved.
Moved and seconded.
No, who's second?
Seconded. I'll second it.
Any discussion? Just add that those are for exemptions related to appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance of certain employees, collective negotiating matters between the public body and its employees or their representatives. I'm abbreviating these. Purchase or lease of real property for the sale or use of the public body. The setting of a price for sale or lease of property owned by the public body. Student disciplinary cases. Litigation when an action against, affecting, or behalf of the particular body has been filed and is pending before a court tribunal.
That's 2C12.
This one? I've got 2C11 there. Litigation. Yeah. Right? You seen that too? Okay. 2C11, you good?
Yeah, I thought it was just you.
Okay. I'll solicit a motion then. We got the motion, we got the second. Discussion, any other discussion? No? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No roll call though?
Need a roll call vote to go on.
Thank you, Kelly. It's been a long night. Kelly, would you call the roll?
Kratos,
Yes.
Regnery,
Yes.
Tomlinson,
Yes.
Zantu,
Yes.
Poppel,
Yes.
Evans,
Yes.
Vito,
Yes.
motion carried.
All right.
There will be action.
All right, we're live.
All right. We're now in open session. It is 11:17. Item 9.01, approval of the custodial agreement. Is there a motion to approve the custodial agreement as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion?
We love our custodians.
You're here.
Yep, thank
Yep.
you. Thank you for keeping this building so beautiful.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. I'll take a roll call vote. Kelly, would you call the roll?
Tomlinson,
Yes.
Zantut,
Yes.
Capo,
Yes.
Evans,
Yes.
Grados,
Yes.
Regnery,
Yes.
DeVito,
Yes.
motion carried.
It's 11:17. This meeting stands adjourned.
All right. Have a good night, everybody. I'll turn the mic off.
Yes. Drive home.
We've got some signatures.